Hey, breadstick! How are you, sir? Wonderful. Today's humid. I have been told it is humid here today as well. I don't... Since these couple of weeks earlier in the summer, I think my nerves are like fucked or something. Because I haven't felt hot since. Oh no, your left knee hurts. Shit. That's true. That's true, Prince. There's humid and then there's humid though. Like when it gets to 90+% humidity, that's when it's a little spicy. I don't think it's that humid today. You get ears up fucked up, yeah. Probably because you had to breathe in the aroma of all the dirty British people. I love feeling that things are wet, breadstick. Right, here we are. Camera? Camera? Hello? The camera doesn't want to capture me. That's enough of me. Work in progress here. That's really unhelpful. That is really unhelpful. Okay. The video broadcast is not helping. Doesn't want anything to do with it. Hydra carry. What's up, sir? Well, I mean, I'm putting on some music. That doesn't really fix the camera though, does it? Yeah, let's try this. Device manager. Video adapters. Concerns me that I've just disabled the camera and the light was still on. Okay. Right. Okay. Computers are fun. Why are you still on? What's the matter with you? I think it's NVIDIA broadcast being an arsehole. Probably doesn't help there are like 17 instances of NVIDIA broadcast running. That can't help things. Okay, we've got the light off. That's that feels like it's a good start. You bought apple flavor Red Bull. Okay. Enjoy. Ah. Okay. Okay, we got progress here. We got progress. Right. Deactivate. Activate. Who's the master of PCs now? It's not me. It's not me. Here we are. We made it. Fucking hell. Oh, jeez. How are you guys today? I was going to play EverQuest today, but it turns out they do their patch at a really weird time. Because it's like on early morning PST, which is like 6 AM PST, which is like 2 PM BST, which then means it's like in the middle of the day. It doesn't make any sense. So basically, like I'll do EQ Legends stuff tomorrow. I'll do it on Wednesday instead of Tuesday. It would have fit beautifully into Tuesday otherwise. Would have been the perfect Tuesday activity. Nothing ever works out the way I want it to. My life is so hard. Oh. My life is so hard. So I am just trying to finish the Mastery Trials, really. Just pre-farming stuff for Ranger Origin, while also farming out a few shards. We finished Martial. We have Esoteric and Virtuosic. Pretty chill grind, to be honest. Do we know when Ranger Origin is coming? No, not as far as I know. I'm just doing this now because it's like, it's shards, it's extra shards for this, so I know how many shards I need to farm. Tomorrow, we will finally be able to do our Earth M3, I think in the evening. I think it changes over with the day tomorrow, so it'll be like late evening for me. And with our Earth M3 comes our Earth Anima. And with our Earth Anima comes Origin classes at last. It's up painfully leveling up by the Origin. As we have all the pieces for it, but we will still have to level it. Any extra time tomorrow we can do silver shards. Or this. Whatever we got left. I'm sure we'll have some more of this today. Then on Thursday, I think we have records of the 10. I need a lot of rings. I need a whole lot of rings. I'm at that point. The chances are we will be grinding that for most of the second half of the week. After whatever... I'll play Wizardry on Thursday. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I may be just grinding records of the 10. I think there are main story chapters coming at some point as well. So I've been told. Yeah, story is... Oh, story is last week, of course. The story is going to be with the boxing event, presumably. Oh, we actually have another Rise of the Beast before Guild War. So we'll have had 2 Rise of the Beasts in between the last Guild War. It's interesting. Figured there was just one in between each cycle. Hello, sugar. Pretty early rerun, yeah. I mean, I don't know if it's early or not. I have no idea. I guess it's not. I guess it's just what they do. Yeah, September is EXO, Light EXO, then Rise of the Beast, then A Tale of Kindred Bonds, which I think is a new side story. Oh, sorry, A Tale of Kindled Bonds. My bad, my bad. And then it's Unite and Fight first. Hey Cyril! What's up? How are you today? What we got? Got downed by something here. Oh yeah, I remember the end paralysis mechanic on this thing. I think our Virtuosic is actually quite close to being done. Yeah, our Virtuosic's at what, 442? Another 58 books for Virtuosic. This is the main one we have left. Reading and playing games. Sounds good to me, Cyril. Sounds good to me, mate. How's your foot? What should I eat to soften my shit? I'm not sure, mate. Why do you want to do that? You're constipated? If you are constipated, then you probably want to drink more water. You need to eat high fiber and drink water. More fruit, more grains, more water. That's why I jump over something. To be young, just jumping over things. To be young. One five five. Oh, we make 5 mil. We can only do 5 mil if the fight goes slowly. This later stages are too hard for us. Hello, Somnio. How are you? You excited for the 3 GB Wizardry patch? Grabbing your cat, though. I can't. She loves having her tail grabbed. I'm a changed man. You respect animals. That's okay. You can respect animals and stroke them. Just maybe not in the way that you were stroking them before any bit. Wonder what they're adding. 4 Drake, yeah, would be my best bet, or it's just framework for something else. It's kind of hard to say. Sometimes they just do these patches and like it's something that they've got planned like 2 months down the line. But yeah, it's probably 4 Drake. Fishing 2. You think they're adding the entirety of Final Fantasy XI to the game? That would be ambitious. Headed to Bernardo. Oh, okay. Well, if you think so, Twashtree, I do trust you, mate. Yeah, Somnio. Final Fantasy 11 is only 3 gigs. Right, they're only adding a few things. I see, Twashtree. Thanks, Twash. Appreciate it, mate. Well, where would we be without this kind of information? Right, yeah, they'll add it procedurally. Yeah, it makes sense. Makes total sense. It's got to be that. That's the only explanation. Why is D2 remake like 20 times the size of the original one? Who knows? Blizzard, at least everyone seems to think, World of Warcraft Classic Plus is coming out next month, by the looks of things. At last, after all these years. Wonder how big that'll be. Yeah, I guess it's probably that, Twishry. That's so ridiculous. The remake's 200 gigs. So unreasonably large. Guess so, Twishry. Yeah, it's gotta be that. You guys are so smart. Fucking hell, man. I had speaking of smart, I found last night a very unhinged comment on one of my YouTube videos. Some presumably older than me guy, like, absolutely going fucking mad because I said that Wizardry was a niche game in the West. I was just like, he used the phrase, "Let me explain reality to you." I was like, okay, thanks for explaining reality to me. Yeah, it was a wall of text. He's rage baiting. No, I think he's just old. Like, even older than me, Nick. You would argue with him? Nah. I just said thanks for explaining reality to me. And hearted his comment. So, Pagro. That's me, I'm Pagro. I'm Pagro as fuck. You make a full 10-minute video of him, Jesus. Something wrong with you. Video's like 11 months old as well, just to add to it. Could be the other day, yeah, maybe. I don't think so, though. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I wish I knew. I ripped my August ticket we got from the boss. It was jank. I did. Sorry to hear that. Yeah. The old algorithm. Yeah, that's why I always say that YouTube visibility is like infinitely better than Twitch's. Because even if you have no views or whatever, people actually do come through and there is traffic. Both on videos and on streams, and on like live streams. Does I miss attacking the boss? Do I lose out on stuff? I think you don't get. I don't know. It's like a crystal thing or something. 150 crystals, maybe. I haven't touched the bosses. I haven't touched Dread Barrage since day one. We did our like 5 or 6 hours of toil. Looks like Fordrake with fairy gear. And you are basing this on with the dev notes. Which ones? Can you direct me to these dev notes? Right. Read this. Maybe they will have fairy gear in 4 Drake. Who knows, mate? Who knows? True. That's... I'm sure they'll rework something or redo something or something. Either they'll make it a current farming spot or they'll make it an Abyss 3 farming spot. One or the other. Voice Thief. Yeah. Ninja Silence is like almost #1 way of dealing with them. Maybe they'll make a new honed eagle sword. It'll be the new cheat code for Abyss 3. Maybe it'll be a 3-hit weapon. Maybe horned eagle sword will be the new 3-hit weapon. Easily farmable. Like if they made an upgraded horned eagle sword, it'd probably be quite good for Abyss 4, right? Lots of beasts. Boys. Boists. Good for Burke. All of those people out there with Burke struggling on Abyss 3 and 4. The common folk. True, true. Yeah, true, mate. Like the pitchfork spear. You mean just a pitchfork? Advanced class, but what do you do with them, mate? Like, Shio has already cornered Samurai. Yuzu has already cornered Ninja. Like, we get another healer. Yuzu has also cornered Ranger. Yuzu's double dipping on best in slot class. It's easier to make a better Ranger than Yuzu. Well done! That's so clever hunting that ball. Well done. You're so clever. So clever, Chili. How did you manage to catch it? That's incredible. Stalling your gems for Annie power, yeah. I mean, like, that is what you do in this game, in Wizardry. Almost every single recorded, like, big power spike has been anniversary, or half anniversary. I don't know, I'm not sure what Ranger Lunaria would do. I guess it would probably still be better than Thief. I mean, anything would be better than Thief Lunaria. Really, literally anything. Or Thief. It really is a case of, like, any class would be better. Hi, Citizen. How are you? Straight bomb mates suck ass. Yeah, they do. Agreed. And it must have been so long ago now that we did our bomb mate testing. Like a year and a half. That was the point that we found out the VIT was completely useless. I don't know how quick it is now, especially. They did change it a little while back. I think they made it more difficult. What's the problem, any bit? What's the matter with you? Not a good platform for your mental. Well, you got to look after your mental first, dude. So if you need to get off Twitch, you really should. But I do like having you around. Don't delete my account again. What's the point of deleting your account if you just go on any fight? It's fine. Whatever gets you there, my man. Yeah, any bit makes you want to have Twitch on your second monitor, I see. Sure. Maybe it's for the best then. As long as you're doing better activities when you're not on Twitch, you know? Someone was casually flaunting as well, so he gets paid. He dropped 600k on Genshin. When? Who? What stream was this? He was saying this? Seems insane. 600k. It's at like 50 subs. Hey, whatever gets him there, man. To each their own. Does he even care? A mere 50 subs. Hey! Mastery trials paying out. We're back in the game. Getting his employee to play his against the camera. I mean, whatever. He's paying. That word is never appropriate. It's a disgusting word. It's frowned upon in corporate and social nowadays. It's just not a good word. R word. No, any bit. Ableism isn't cool. Any number of words anywhere. That do not isolate a singular group of people. Steins Gate game? There are previous Steins Gate games? News to me. Visual novels I like. Nothing wrong with a good visual novel. Unfortunately, Steins Gate is not the one for me. Maybe I'd like the visual novel rather than the anime. The anime was not it for me. The new game, it's the visual novel but updated. Got you. After the rework, it sounds like alignment plays a lot more of a role than it did before. But I don't have any details of exactly what they did when they changed the system. Imagine doing trait bomb mates again. Jeez. The Sandman, he is. That's not a fun farm. That's all I'll say. That's not a fun farm. I tried it like tentatively. I wouldn't advise it. I wouldn't be surprised if it took like 10 times as long as that, as Regia. It's a truly grim farm. Like, there are, especially on floor 2 and 3, the Sandman can get stuck in the walls as well. So like it completely fuck the farm. Like 20 or something. Kind of worth. Maybe. Might as well go and knock it out then, Penguins. Godspeed, brother. I'm too employed for that behaviour, Penguins. That's how little worth it is. I don't know how long that would take. I really genuinely don't know how long it would take. Weeks, maybe? Months? I think you could easily go days without completing one. than Sir Jack. Yeah, the Abyss 1 bond mates are actually goated. Like, Sir Jack, Albano, both get a really huge amount of stats. Yeah, Surety Goblin. The numbers on the Abyss 1 bond mates are just very good in general. They give access to things that they haven't made other bond mates for since. Indeed, yeah, that's true. I would imagine so, Citizen. You're probably a lot stronger than you were. Those are the days, Tweshry. They make him like that anymore. Normal farm mobs insta-kill, knockback, stones, you can't perma farm. You're so upset about the grudge auto farming, aren't you, Capisaur? That's actually got your goat so bad. case of Chad look back is the revive screen. Yeah, good stuff. Sounds perfect to me. What other games has that? What other games have that, Twitchery? The only one I've ever played that has that is CCN. We have captures in Granblue Fantasy, but not that message specifically. Really? Every other game? Really? Like what? Chinese games, okay. It might be Fordrake, or Fordrake might be more aimed at helping people through Abyss 2, Abyss 3. Could be that Fordrake is the new ship 2, is actually ship 3. The for reals ship 3. Maybe. Yeah, maybe Cappy's up. Honey bees. Tweshry has never been wrong as far as I remember. Same with Cappy Sort. Who? So where did you read about this? Was this Reddit or Discord or what? Cappy saw some guy recommending Yeezy front with covert strike. Because that is absolutely insane. Recommending any ninja front, honestly, for any kind of new player is just absolutely insane. Giga Whale Aria guy telling everyone non-stop how to do stuff. God, Jesus Christ. On the Discord? Is this? I don't pay any attention to any of it. Oh, fucking hell, man. Like, it's bad. It sucks because I want to direct people to the Discord. When people come through, I want to direct people to the Discord and say, this is a really great resource for new people. But like, while it is a really great resource for new people, it's only a great resource for new people if you know who to ignore the shit out of. Overmode does it on Jenna's Discord as well. Just tells people how to play the game constantly, like, and it's wrong because it only applies to him. It's fucking annoying. People can't detach themselves a little bit. 84 gets more stats. 84 does get more stats. Where should we? It's never confirmed. I've seen a lot of screenshots which, in my mind, confirm it. It was since they changed it, since they announced that, I don't know, there was some bug or something that was stopping them from getting it, or something along those lines. I can't remember. The stats are random, though. They're just, like, bonus stats. Just go through hundreds of scalings and get a conclusion. Ah, interesting. So, well, it's because, like, there's random stats as well, isn't there? From leveling up. So I guess it's really hard to... Regardless, it doesn't matter. It makes no real meaningful difference. The difference was never big enough, even in the most extreme cases that I've seen, to make it worth having 80 fortitude over 100 fortitude. Like, obviously, if there is gain from having lower fortitude, it's so minuscule, it really doesn't fucking matter. Yeah, indeed, exactly. That's why I just don't really think it matters. I'd rather just have 100 fortitude. Like, it's niche that you want 100 fortitude as well. It doesn't really matter most of the time, but I think I'd just rather have 100 fortitude than I would a chance at having higher stats. Like, very slightly higher random stats. Oh, min-maxes. I don't know if merging would reset the stats if you raise their fortitude up, because merging changes your stats, doesn't it? Might not even work. Don't know. Doesn't. Oh, baby. You know it all, Twishwick. Increases your stats. Eh. I have seen screenshots of that not being true. So, I don't know. As per usual, it's minuscule, it doesn't really fucking matter. Who cares? It's like the kind of thing that doesn't even seem worth discussing a lot of the time, because, like, we get hundreds and hundreds of screenshots of this shit. Extra row tag, it does matter, it does not matter. You merged with strength Levy and got 4 piety. Yeah, it's so fucked up, man. I've seen screenshots of someone's stat going down, like, after they've merged on an IV that they wanted. I don't even know how it works. I couldn't claim how it works. I wouldn't be surprised if it, like, resets your points and then distributes them. The like, bonus points that you get when you level up. I still don't have a fucking clue. And I don't think the Discord does either. It's the same with the bonus stats on lower fortitude. It's just... I don't know, man. I don't even know if the Wizardry devs know how that shit works. Merge your Speed IV Adam to Speed IV and got more speed. Interesting. I've heard from other people that that's not how it works. So that's interesting that you say that. Especially, I just think like there are so many threads of information, all saying different things with all of these different like vague mechanics that just genuinely who knows. It's gotta like be re-rolling stats or something, but who fucking knows? We'll probably never know. The game will EOS before we know. Merging is such a hard thing to test as well, because like how many times do you actually merge something? And when you do the merge preview thing, how often is it wrong from the actual merged version? Yeah, merging's always better regardless. You always merge if you can. And I think it's probably pretty safe to say that you give yourself the best chance if you merge with IVs that are useful. Particularly the base copy. But even then, like, I don't think it's foolproof that you end up with the stats that you want. Oh. I find min-maxing a lot more fun in games where there's more transparency in what's going on under the hood. Wizardry's interactions are so obscure and shit, like trying to be on top of what they do. I don't even know if like the best players in the game are really on top of how a lot of those things work. I don't know if anyone knows. Maybe some Japanese players know. I don't know. Come out level 4, yeah. Good old trait bondmate Citizen. Adventuring is so fun. Oh, we've really fucked this, haven't we? Fuck. Yeah, I have no idea, Breadstick. I'm not sure. I don't even know. I don't think anyone even really knows if like bond farming was ever intended in that way in the first place. Because the process is so random, right? Like getting those bond mates. It's so weird and random. Like getting them at level 4, level 5. It doesn't make any sense at all. It's just people trial and erroring things. Like, why does attaching 2 bond mates to the character make so much difference? It's really weird. So I'm pretty sure like the whole system was unintended as it was. The whole bond mate thing seemed like really unfinished with the different like bond mate types and all of that stuff. Stack the same bond mate. What, on the same character? You can't have more than one trait bond mate. You can have more than one unnamed fighter, yeah, but you can't, or you can attach them to the same person, but like they only have one effect. As with many things in Wizardry variants, Daphne, I believe the bond mate system was just completely unfinished when they had it in the game to start with. Like, it was just completely incomplete. Completely incomplete. There are no luck bond mates, no. I just don't think it. I don't think they knew what they were doing with it, and they hadn't finished it, and now they've just kind of gone with it. Maybe they'll change it in the future. I don't know what exactly they did to it when they changed it. Who knows? Yeah, if they don't start handing out tags, it's going to be really, really problematic for people. Oh. 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 Um. 1, 2, 3. Is it 32 or 64 per character? Yeah, it's 32 from 70 to 80. I think 70 to 80 is the last level where it is a not entirely unreasonable amount of tags to get, as it is a ridiculous amount of tags to get, but it's like still probably within kind of like potential grounds that you can get to. After 32, it's very rough. It's like extremely rough, and it just gets like barrels completely out of control. Tag's never a problem. Yep. Just like action speed will never be a problem. Tags are already at that point in terms of that problem. I don't know why they need to be so gatekeepery with their tags. So many bones a month. I don't know, Twitchery. I don't think that's necessarily true, because, like, most newer players, they're going to want to inherit those pools, right? It's brutal to make them pick between tags and pools. Just feels ultra bad. So I don't really agree. No, not those, but those aren't the only ones that you get, dude. I think you're vastly I mean, you're possibly trolling. It's quite likely you're trolling, but if not, you're vastly overestimating the amount of those that you get. You do not get a lot of tags as a new player. Unless you sacrifice your early inherits for them, which is just so brutal. And that doesn't even count playing around with new units. The whole tag system, honestly, is kind of fucking unnecessary. I feel like it should work off of your main character. Maybe they increase the number of tags that you need, but you only need to tag up your main character. And once he's tagged, you can just have every adventure at that level. It just, like, de-incentivizes people to build other characters and shit. Not to mention, it makes you have to play through the grade trial a bunch of fucking times. Just all feels so pointless. But yeah, it doesn't affect me in the slightest. I got tags for days. I got tags up the wazoo. That's why they're selling the tag packs. Yeah, true. That's why you should buy those grade markers. Four Drake packs. Grade markers are actually genius, yeah. Yeah, I think so too, Twister. I don't really know, man. There are a number of aspects of the game which just... I think they just didn't have time to properly flesh out the systems and didn't really think about it too much, and it just kind of got a bit out of hand. Like traps. Traps for thieves. They obviously did no balancing there at all. They didn't even think about it. Tags. Action speed. Yeah, of course, of course. Final Fantasy 11 is a very hardcore game. Same as EverQuest, really. They're very much in the same kind of wheelhouse. Mage scaling was really fucked up, yeah, because like mages were so broken in Abyss 1 and 2, like so completely and utterly broken beyond belief. But then as soon as people started getting like proper gear at the end of Abyss 2, it became very apparent that there was just no scaling to be had on them at all. Yeah, it pops up a lot in RPGs where like either magic is so broken or like magic does nothing. To be honest, mages were still in a fine position before healers came out. Mages were still perfectly fine. They just played a more, you know, kind of supporting role. And by they, I mean Shelley, obviously. Add utility magic to the kit and like trap disarm. Please, please don't add anything else that makes thieves even worse. Come on, man. Why pick that of all things? Anything but that. Holy moly. Thieves should be able to do that. Thieves should be able to disarm traps on the floor. Not mages. Didn't Ranger already do that? They have Millwar? I don't know exactly how Millwar works. Doesn't it make... I don't know. It does something or other. Poor thieves, man. You can fly over poison towers with it. That would be a good thing for thieves, actually. That'd be a really good thing for thieves, right? Just a passive that makes it so all trap tiles are revealed when you have a thief. It's a thing that doesn't really affect gameplay. It's just a nice nod to their ability to be able to do stuff. All trap tiles are always revealed when you have a thief in your party. How do you do the poison trap with thief? You poison something, then you poison bury it. It has a trap room. Yeah, spikes. Yeah, if you don't hit the switch, the floor has all the spikes. Yeah, you can kind of just ignore traps, to be honest. Yeah, the K-Lab ones hit a lot harder. It does indeed. Gorgon. My name is Gorgon. I'm a fine bull. Fine stone bull. Hello, son. How are you? Big Granblue Gaming. The peak of high-octane entertainment. Oh shit, my pro chat isn't picking up Not Luck. Hey Not Luck, just a second. My pro chat is not picking up Kick. 1 second. I'm so sorry, not like. Just give me a second. Right now. Nope. Ready, chat. Channel is offline. I can guarantee that it is not offline. Thank you, Pro Chat. Okay. That's not great. Hold on. No, not into it. Okay, let me try a different chat doc. Hold on. I'm not going to be able to tell if this was working until I see someone type from Kick. Oh, there we go. I can see it. Sorry about that, not like. Yeah, my Pro Chat just not picking up Kick today for some reason. These things happen. You're talking some weird stuff since I couldn't see. I can't check anyway. It's okay. You're safe. I mean, I could. I could if I really wanted to, but I'm not going to. You're safe. Yeah, sorry, man. I had no idea. It's only when I think Breadstick said something about not live. I was like, wait, what? And I looked at my stream chat on my OBS. I was like, wait a second, hold on. I'm good, thanks, man. Not like, did you say that there are meant to be, what's the name of it? Deep dives of the classes next week or something in Monster Memories. Should be today. Which one? Which classes? Your class. The breadstick class. Which class is not like? Nope, we already had Beastmaster. I'm pretty sure that's a YouTuber breadstick. Not luck. Which classes were meant to be deep dive today, please? You said them. Ah, thank you, thank you. Inquisitor, Paladin, and Shaman. Thank you. Can't believe you. Can you blame me? I do. I hate a lot of people. A lot of things. Tweshry's definitely among them as well. Yep, for sure. I wonder why it's always Lily that gets beaten up here. We have confirmation that SK and Ranger deep dives will come last. Okay. I mean, that kind of makes sense because they are very large reworks. Nah, Ranger's a huge rework. Because, like, Ranger is Druid. Like, Ranger's just a light Druid for the most part with a bow. Like, they're completely ripping that away. So they've got to make it separate from Druid, separate from Beastmaster, separate from Archer. Like, because they have Archer in Monster Memories as well, which is kind of already encroaching on their thing. So, like, Ranger has to be totally different. My issue is if they don't get those done by the end of... by the beginning of October, because, like, people can't play those characters. If they're the old versions, if they're going to be changed halfway through their gameplay, it doesn't make any sense. So I hope they can actually implement this shit in the fairly small amount of time they have left. Supposed to be melee and bow hybrid with druid spells. That is the way Ranger is right now. but that's not the way they want it to be. They want it to be entirely separate from the druid class. Is why it needs such a thick rework. Thick rework. That isn't the issue, not being able to try them out before early access. That's not the issue. The issue is the game goes live on October the 1st, right? There's no more wipes. People want to play a Ranger or a Shadow Knight. They're both very popular classes. If they start playing a Ranger or a Shadow Knight and the changes haven't been made already, then halfway through their gameplay on their main character that they want to spend a shitload of time on in the game, they're going to entirely rewrite what the class does. That's not good. Ranger's such a cool class for most games, and when you play D&D, it's just a weaker jack of all trades without their racial bonus. I think it depends on what edition of D&D you're playing, really. Certainly not true all the time. I'm in two minds about it, Tweshry. I would say the same under most circumstances, but because they've effectively already delayed the game twice this year, it's a really bad sign. Really, really, really bad faith for them to have pushed this date and then delay it again. People are gonna really start losing patience. I don't know what's worse. It's a real damned if they do, damned if they don't situation. So I just hope that they get it all done. I hope they get it in a place where it is launchable before the launch date and they launch it. The biggest mistakes they have made this year is letting dates get floated around without, coming down hard and being like, these are not dates that we have set. Yeah, I think it would be. I genuinely think it would be better to disable them. If it sucks, but I would rather they just disable Rangers and if they can't get them out in time. Any of the classes that they can't rework in time, they just literally disable them at early access launch, and it sucks so much. But it's better, I think, than the alternative of letting them launch in a previous state and then having to change them halfway through, because people are gonna be so fucked off, man. Yeah, that's probably the best option if they do not have it ready by the time it's ready to launch. It's okay if it is partially playable, if they have all of the everything set in place and maybe some of the things don't work or they don't work quite right and they need more testing. That's fine. It is early access. I think that's perfectly acceptable. But if they're still using the old version of the class, it just shouldn't be in the game, because that's not the class that people will be playing when they play that class after they've changed it. So hopefully they realise that. Don't like the changes with deep dives. Yeah. I don't know. They're always going to get an amount of pushback from people because they're making the EverQuest classes like not EverQuesty. I totally understand both why they want to do that and also why people don't like that. I think you have to respect that's just the direction the game's going. Problem is if the Wizard class is not fun. That's a hard one. They could do anything to the Wizard class and it still wouldn't be fun to me. I never liked that class. I don't think the original EQ class was particularly good. It's a dull-ass class. Assuming GTA even actually comes out in November. Warrior is such an easy slam dunk because EverQuest Warrior is so fucking boring. Like they don't have anything going on, so attaching any kind of like WoW-esque warrior shit to them immediately just makes them better. Such an easy one. People seem pretty upset about Beastmaster the last time that I looked. I like the way it looks. I think it looks cool. More like Harry Pooper, am I right? I am right. I know I'm right. Nothing wrong with a Harry Pooper as long as you can keep the dingleberries under control. Ah, yes, the Chamber of Secrets indeed. Anyone you know want to play tank? Yeah, Dev wants to play. Dev is pretty set on warrior. Kurt's pretty set on paladin, I think, but he wants to see the rework first. So multiple people. Senna was toying with playing Inquisitor for a while, but I don't know what she's feeling right now. I'm pretty sure at the moment she's feeling like the game isn't going to come out because like they haven't really been putting on a very good show the last few months. I am definitely also in a I'll believe it when I see it kind of state with Monsters and Memories. I do think that it is going to come out. I'm just apprehensive. Early access. Okay. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Acronyms are hard when you don't know what they are. I always get stick for not knowing the acronyms. I'm just like, but I don't know what they are. Like, I can't be blamed for that. How am I meant to decrypt letters? I'm obviously still very enthusiastic for Monsters and Memories, but like, yeah, I'll just believe it when I see it. I think it's possible to be enthusiastic and skeptical. Delay again, and it's a lot of like no confidence at that point. I'm sure they want to get the game out as well because, well, I mean, lots of reasons really, but mainly they want to be able to pay their employees, I imagine. Starts adding castle and lands. Oh boy, that does sound good, Twishry. Sound good, mate. Give it a few expansions, yeah. They are selling them in game. The auction has, yeah, probably. Why no EQ Legends today? So I didn't understand yesterday that their patch is at 6 PST, which is 2 PM my time, and it's down for 3 hours. So that's right in the middle of the first part of the stream. Like it's down right now. So I think what's actually going to be better is if I do EQ Legends stuff on Wednesday rather than Tuesday, since it's just very disruptive on Tuesday. I don't mind too much if it's for a long period, but it will be really cut up. Like I probably won't be able to get all the raid stuff done, and a lot of the stuff that I'd like to do is after the patch. So it would be like EQ Legends from 12 till 2, and then a 3-hour break onto something else, and then back onto EQ Legends. It's just a bit of a bit too back and forth for me. Not a big fan of that. I don't mind like switching, doing something and then switching off, but I don't really like switching back and forth. It's a bit jarring for people who want to come and watch one game, which is a lot of people. So yeah, I think it's probably better if I do my EQ stuff on Wednesday. Captain Final Fantasy 11 collab. Yeah, I have. I'll be making all of the relics on Thursday, and then looking at trying to remake the sword as necessary. So it might be that I need to grind more for mats or something. I'm not sure. I'm just exchanging gil now. So presumably I'll need a bunch of Ouroboros stones. I'm not really going to want to farm mine out. It's been going quite quickly. Surprisingly quickly. We're at what, 400? 370 plus 3 times 10. That's actually got to come pretty soon, Twitch Root. I'm gonna have to do a clean out really soon. Our junk and inventory are in a really bad state. Hey, that's kind of cool, Bretso. Yeah, map variations too. Kind of wild. Never seen anything like that before. Hi, Far. Things are going okay. We are busting out some high octane mastery raids. I don't have my life. That does save that. It's okay. I bookmarked it so you can ask for it, and I'll post it again. It's fine. It's gonna be okay. Oh. 3 free ultimate memories. You'd be a fool to turn that down. I love a freebie. I should have used fire. Thank you. It's really nice of you, son. Super kind of you. Send in the guild chat. Okay, guide channel. Thanks, bro. Hold on. I'm en route. I'm en route. Thank you, breadstick. Yeah, the map's so well done. The one breadstick linked. Thank you very much for the super ultimate Bahamut. Bahamut. Very kind. Hello, Wobaboo. What's up? I tried to watch you on mobile earlier. It does look different. Yes, it does. But if you turn your phone horizontal, it will look like normal. If you don't like it. Oh god. Oh god, no. Oh god, no! That's right, Narcos. Probably 4 Drake, if I had to guess, but could also just be some absolute nothing. That is something else. It's like something else down the line. Could be Warthog Guy. Specifies that it's overwriting data. Interesting. Could be. Wouldn't be so nice if I single pulled Nehan tomorrow so I could spark Cosmos? Yes. That would be excellent. Crack on, son. look at your name, and it keeps breaking up into Nick Kroger's 10. I can also honestly say that I've never seen that before. But maybe I will from now on. That's actually your name. Nick Kroger's. Well, fuck. Hello, the bot. How are you? Doing fine. Love to hear it. Got an FAS. Oh, baby. Yeah, off of junk, obviously. Mining's a scam for states. Yeah, it took me a very long time to get my first full alteration stone. One day, the bot. They are obscenely rare. Oh god, Aaliyah died here. Whoops. It's on the fucked side. So we're getting that. Children do yearn for the FAS, apparently. This is what mining feels like. Too true. Yeah, it's a cool thing that you can do while you're doing other things, but I don't think it's something you should really focus on. Probably. Probably better off just farming junk. Yeah. Time to return to the real mines. The actual factual mines. Fei Chung doesn't matter for full alteration states. Full alteration or full alteration states is just random. So really, you just want as much gear as you can get, as many things as you can get. You're just hunting stones. Yeah, sure, I'm with you. Actually making pretty good progress on this. 431. That means we need 69. What a great number. Hello, Susano. How are you? I mean, assume it's 4 rated this week. I would heavily suggest that nobody ever assumes anything in Wizardry. Got into a car accident yesterday. Oh my god, dude. I hope you're alright. No, it's never safe to assume anything in Wizardry. Never, ever, 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 ever. But it could be. As long as you're alright, Susano. Yeah, I bet you're bruised all over. Hope you feel better soon, man. Anyone remember those relic weapons people assume were coming? I know it was a long time ago now, though. Yeah, there'll be new fragments next year, don't you worry, guys. Your Yeez will be fine. Get a Shrouded Kunai, she'll be fine. So sweet, Silka. What kind soul you are. Right, I need to go check on the cats. I gotta come back. Hit the treadmill. Back in a jiffy. I didn't even put my BRBs up. Jeez. Jeez. Hello, darlings. Darlings. RB. Beautiful. Beautiful. Stunning camera work. I got new socks. I know, it's pretty exciting. Tell me about it. These ones aren't all worn down from the treadmill. They actually cushion my feet. A real treat. I started realizing I had a bit of a problem once I started finding massive gaping holes in the bottom of my socks. Who would have thought? But it's okay. Damn straight, Nick Rogers. Damn straight, mate. I'm rocking new socks. Nah, it wasn't my toes, unfortunately. It wasn't a sexy leakage, you know? It was more of a sort of just massive hole in the bottom of the socks. My feet got absolutely battered over the last month and a half. They've been cut up so badly from walking. They're just starting to heal now, really. That mate's been here for a very long time, Breadstick. I'm surprised you haven't seen it before. One of the ones Kima made. Yes. Yes, that is a real screenshot of me. Kind of like my brain with all emotes, Breadstick. This I do not filter. It's one of the few emotes that my brain does not filter. I laugh a little bit every time I see it.
I guess that makes this an incredibly powerful emotive in this chat. Relatable just like me. Thank you, Nick. I feel that way. I love relating to people. It's one of my favourite things to do. Oh, double notorious monster in zone 5. Yeah, Akibent. I mean, I already had 250 of each, so it isn't that many. We're at what? 447, essentially. Yeah, that's right, Akibent. Mainly just because I haven't done my silver relic shards yet, and I wanted to see what relic shards we got out of spamming these before I go and face Angel Halo. Nightmare Halo. Since I think it's probably quite likely that we will want Ranger Origin, as it is very likely going to be like BIS class for most encounters for our main element. Hey Dara, thank you. How are you? Yeah, man, I would incentivize gold bricking your Eternals. I really would. I think we play the game in a different time than it used to be. I think it is almost, it's almost pushed by the game, in fact, to brick the Eternals. How are you, Dara? Yeah, it's the crystals. The crystals is the bigger cost than the bricks. So I don't think it's whether you're willing to commit the bricks, it's whether you're willing to commit the crystals. I have more bricks than I actually know what to do with. Like, I genuinely, I've bricked the Eternals and I still have, what, like 11 bricks or something. And what am I meant to do with them all? I don't have loads of gacha weapons to max. And even if I did, if I was working on a primal grid, I would just wait until the end of the month, box 100 times, 200 times, whatever. and get ingots. Can I go contact insurance? Good luck, Susano. Yeah, good luck, dude. Take care. I'm sorry to hear about what happened to you. I'm glad you're okay. Brick me? My dick ain't that long, mate. You're all bricked up? Oh yeah. Easily avoidable too. Did an illegal U-turn a minute away. Could have done a proper one. Great. Super. Good on that guy. I think we should be able to finish these mastery trials today. By the looks of things, we're about what? 50 short on the other one? $372 plus 7. That is 442. So 58 short on I always want to call it symphonic. The music one. Virtuosic? Virtuosic, I think. Take your wind unit luck, my man. Keep getting nothing but wind units. I'm good, I got everything I need. Thank you though. Susano? I'll take some in, presumably October. We have Halloween banner. Your right cheek is slightly paralyzed. What? Yeah. Yep. I'm not sure if you can be slightly paralyzed. I think it's a kind of like either you are or you're not kind of deal. Give it a couple of nice little taps. Let's sort it right out. Your first Hexa raid. Congrats, Dara! I've just been starting to do Hexa recently with a low success rate in randoms, but just being able to do it a few times feels good. Yeah, of course. It's because the pearls are just a mess at 40%. But I have had a few successful pugs where 4 or 5 people have done the pearls right, and we managed to get through. Managed to just push through the buffs. If you don't have a 6 alley party, yeah. Tacky on a moat? No idea, dude. Are you JJ on Discord? I'm JJWF on Discord. Oh, sorry. Are you on JJ Discord? My bad, you were replying to Nick. Sorry, my My view today is a little bit more difficult because I had to switch to my other chat. As Pro Chat was not picking up kick, which is a problem for poor, not luck. No, it's not your bad, it's mine. Don't worry about it. Nick Rogers, 9. Does that mean there are a Nick Rogers 6 and 7 out there? Holy moly. Sorry, Nick Kroger's. My bad, I'll stop mispronouncing it, I apologise. Oh, is that really bad RNG at 80%? That sucks. I don't know anything about Dot Rapture 0. I don't really know anything about any of the Dot Raptures. I'm pretty clueless about them. Is Dera a beast? Hot damn. What a pretty grid. Yeah, I just had a look. 80% on Fire Zero has him pick up a sword. One sword requires you to do at least 2 triple attacks every turn. The other requires you to do 25 hits every turn, or else he gets defensive buffs and it's harder to kill. Keep getting the 2 triple attack swords while you're charge attacking, I see. I got you. Apparently they haven't finished the report. I guess I'm gonna just be resting till tomorrow when they finish it. Sounds like that could work. Guess your hands are tired, you're gonna have to rest up. It sounds like you could really do with the rest. Probably aching all over. Omioji seems really, really good. From the little I've used it. It seems that way, son, yeah. 454 plus 3. So I need 16 more. We've been chugging along pretty well. You're not pulling? Or what? I don't really pull a lot, so... I mean for the summer units? Free pulling action? I actually already used my free pull today. I can use single pulls, I can't use 10 pulls because the free 10 pulls are locked behind the welcome draw, but the free 1 pulls are not. I think you might be Narcos from the way that I see you talk about Mekarashi. Happens. Sometimes you slip and it's like, oops, I'm wailing. Inviting you to the VIP customer service. Uh-oh. Oh boy. Free stuff and a personal assistant. Wow. Anyone else ever got an email from customer service of a gacha telling them they were getting VIP support? I certainly haven't. This is a Blackjack Studios thing, I guess. Maybe we can look forward to that in Sea of Sword. Depends who you ask, I think, Nick Rogers. Nick Rogers. Nick. In Langrisser Mobile, there was a hidden number in a text document in your folder that got updated when you logged into the client, which had a It basically had a man, what was the term? It was like a customer service number on it, and like the number was relevant to a kind of like spending level. And eventually people found out that this existed, and there were like a number of whales, especially on SEA, who constantly compared that. They used to say things like, maybe your opinion will matter when you have X ranking. X number. Kind of funny. So there are definitely some people out there who would see it as a badge of honor. Hey Hex, a free quest with that class? Yeah, it's great. Oh dear, we failed one. Sucks to suck. Yeah, Rise of the Beast, I'll finally be able to finish them, hopefully, unless they decide not to run Earth again. They surely wouldn't not run Earth for the third time in a row. Surely. That'd be ludicrous. I think I've just fucked it. I skipped one or too many turns. Oh no, we're good. Yeah, cycle where Earth just gets fucked. Pretty good cycle. It's so weird that we get 2 Rise of the Beasts between one Guild War. I wonder if that's normal. No, Nick. So the first time they did fire, water, and light. The second time they did wind, water, and dark. Oh, I did fuck it. Wind, light, dark. Yeah, oh yeah, it was. It was wind, light, dark. I think you're right. I don't know. Something like that. Well, that's not how they do things, Nick. You have to send an angry email to their support. Readable tweet. Running the mastery trials to unlock one origin class. Nah, the mastery trials are fine. People make so much fuss about grinds in this game. Grinds in this game are easy. Sit and do things. It's only Eternals that's a pain in the ass. Nah, mastery shards are fine. Silver relic shards are worse. They're the worst part, if you're gonna pick one. CP, not CP, class points, never the abbreviation. Class points are easy because of Sky Leap. So easy. Easy as 5, 6, 7. I guess it depends on how long you've been doing Skyleap for. And if, of course, if you don't have access to Skyleap, then it really sucks. Like, it's really shitty. But assuming you have access to Skyleap and you've been doing it for a while, class points seem like a real non-factor. Unless maybe you've somehow got to Origin classes in like a month. This has been its grind order: Eternals followed by Odious, followed by Evokers, followed by Mastery Trials. For me, it's like Eternals, and then everything else. Eternals up here, then like somewhere down in the marshes, everything else. Yeah, Eternals are, well, I mean, it's up to the user whether it's worth the effort. But Eternals do reward a good thing, at the very least. They're very archaic, yeah. But I've had this conversation a lot. I don't want to bore or alienate more people. I can only imagine how bad they were, like, back way when before all of the ease of use they have added. But then, as we were talking about the other day, it would have been a gradual rollout for people back then, so it probably wouldn't have felt anywhere near as bad, conversely. the process was probably fine, approachability wise, back way when. Just isn't anymore. I think we're actually there. And that other one completes. We move back onto Virtuosic. That last one breaks. Probably. Nope, that's not the right one. Amazing clicking. Ah, virtuosic mastery. What a guy. I love doing a gazillion damage and none of it registering. Are we there again? We hit another breakpoint. Ah. Oh, it was still on. We've done so much damage and have nothing. Silly virtuosing mastery boss. Ah, see, we seem to have hit the checkpoint again. Kinda, Nick. It's kind of a side grade. It's an alternative. It's just a third runner in the race. So maybe, it depends on your grid. Right, that finishes our esoteric. We just have virtuosic. Oh, I need to turn off CS. Oh, she's heal blocked. Such sage counsel, Narcos. Truly sage counsel. Isn't life optional when you think? No, never mind. I might actually get to hit this one. Ooh. Oh, that's almost safe. It does seem fairly optional, to be fair, Nick. Oh shit, we need to shield that turn. Underestimated. It's fine. We're way over. Oh. We already had that up. Whoops. We were very protected on that turn. The odious raid, Akiba. Firstly, the new odious raid is excessively hard. Obscenely hard. Secondly, yeah, I think apparently like it makes for some good grids. But I don't know if it's like the only choice, you know? I don't know how much better it is compared to like a regular Omega grid. There's only one right now, actually, it's just water. I don't know if we're talking like margins or whether we're talking like whole different ball game in terms of power. But I'm guessing it's probably margins. Yeah, the main thing is with the odious grids is they offer an alternative to the skills, right? From my understanding. So there may be a more fitting grid for the type of character that for the type of grid you're playing. But I still imagine it's probably just an option rather than a default progression path for every player. After M3, depending on your element and whatnot and your grid, you're probably going to be looking at Revens. The Revens are quite an effort because the Revens are in groups of 3. Fire, Light and Wind, and Dark, Water and Earth. And you need amounts of the other elements in the trio to fully like complete the weapons. So you actually need to be doing at least 3 Revens if you are looking for the things in your element. And if you want things outside of your element, you're probably looking at more. Probably looking at all 6. Yeah, so, sorry. Each of the elements of Odious, as Dara says, has a empowerment weapon, right? And that gives an amount of additional damage on a different multiplier. I don't know how much it is. Yeah, so I'm checking now. So it stacks with almost everything in the game. It stacks with everything except for Vicala Yukata's mousy multitasker and Juliet's Cielo della Grazia. According to the wiki. Ananta live stream on 25th of August. Cool. I think I'm painting my nails that day. Now, if you told me Sweekid and Starleap live stream, I'd be, whew. Ananta is a upcoming gacha. It's meant to be like GTA, sort of, kind of. It's like a bit of a life sim, but really we don't have a lot of details. So maybe we will after that. It's not, I mean, it is open world, but not quite like that. But again, like, I guess we'll just wait and see. There's a lot we don't really know about it. It's meant to be, it's very ambitious, like, arguably too ambitious. Won't be able to live up to it, shit. Anything could potentially be slop. It has some like weird kind of promise to it, I guess, but like the idea of it, but whether or not it will actually A, turn out like that, and B, whether they can execute it, I don't know. I have my doubts. It just doesn't, like, as sad as it is, it doesn't make financial sense for a company to make a good gacha. This is the crippling reality of the world of gachas, right? It isn't worth it for them to make a good game, because that isn't how you make the most money. Exactly, Dark Chaos, exactly. So, I struggle to see how a gacha is going to be able to live up to what people have in mind for Ananta. Like, and what Ananta has promised the world, has said is going to be its thing, which is this It's like heavy, a really, really intensive, immersive life sim. Basically, that's kind of what Ananta's trying to do. I just can't see it. I hope I'm wrong. I'd love to be wrong. No, but Neverness to Everness was a good example of you know what happens when people hype up some idea in their mind as, you know, like a next GTA, a next life sim type thing, and it falls short in so many ways. It's so empty and shallow. For a game to actually be able to be a life sim, like an immersive life sim, you have to tick so many boxes. You have to have so much interactability and interactivity. I just can't see a game developer who's making a gacha devoting time and money to that. My guess would have to be, you know, a very pessimistic, they'll do as much as they need to sell the game, to sell whatever they're selling in the game. We are tapped out of Virtuosics. No more Virtuosics. They've dried up forever. We are 31 books short. Exactly, Dark Chaos. And it's why those, you know, AAA games started getting microtransactions in them and getting live service in them with various fees and eventually gachas as well. Like why gachas started coming out with what were essentially AAA games like Hoyoverse games, right? Because making a regular game doesn't make anywhere near enough money unless you have an extremely established IP and an incredibly loyal fan base that will literally fucking squirt money all over you the second you usher the first syllable of your title. Monetization of Diablo, yeah. Diablo Immortal. Oh, baby. Someone came through here a little while ago. I can't remember who it was. A genuine Diablo Immortal player. Couldn't believe it. I thought I was being trolled. In the wild. Diablo Immortal, yeah. Oh shit, I didn't turn chain attacks off. Whoops. Yeah, that was the story. That was the funny karmic story. The guy won so many times in arena, in the Diablo Immortal arena, something like 100 and something times in a row without being defeated, and the MMR could no longer match him anymore. He could no longer play the game. He essentially bricked himself out of the game by wailing too hard. And then cried to Blizzard support to get all his money back. Just charged back everything, I think, after that failed. Oh yeah, it made so much money. Which only, you know, goes to show that despite being reviled by basically everyone, it still made a fortune, because when you have an IP that has like an insanely loyal following, it literally doesn't matter how fucked your game is or how bad your game is. People will pay for it, and they will pay a lot. And the more that they are able to pay, the more that they will pay. Fitting song. With the IP, it's not even easier, it's guaranteed. Like, your game could be absolute garbage. It could be unplayable, like genuinely unplayable. Look at how much money Warcraft 3 Reforged made, and the GTA remakes, right? The recent ones with the trilogy. Neither of those games fucking worked, and yet they made a fortune. Like, that's insane, like, when you think about it. And so many people didn't refund it, didn't even try to refund it, even though the games didn't work. They just sold on their IP. They sold an immense amount on their IP. I feel like you need to be of a certain age, Dark Chaos. I was old enough to enjoy Diablo and Diablo 2, but I actually enjoyed Diablo 3 the most. I really like Diablo 3. I think it's a great game. I don't think it's a great Diablo game, but I think it's a good game. A really good game. I think it probably would... It wouldn't be better off, because obviously the IP is what sells, but like, it probably shouldn't have the Diablo title. It's very different to the actual Diablo games. I think Diablo 4 is more like Diablo 2 than Diablo 3 is. I prefer Diablo 2 and 4's like customization system, but I actually prefer the gameplay and most of the shit in it in Diablo 3. Oh, we are dealing damage into the void. Yeah, I saw, not like...
Anyone who wanted to play it to switch to the updated one. Oh my word. Oh yeah, I think you've mentioned that before, Narco. It fucking sucks, dude. Good old Blizzard. Who doesn't love Blizzard? Oh, we were hero blocked, of course. Oh, I did that. Don't be like that, mate. Come on, brother. Grinded the Barbarian on laptop touchpad. Touchpad was smooth. That's quite funny. That's some good grinding. cleaning up on books. That's almost done, actually. 15 more books. Not really too bad at all. Mastery Trials, extremely chilled. So the next thing we have to do is Silver Relic Shards. We need Gun and Harp. We have like 200 and something Nightmare Trials to grind them out in. Then we should have everything for Transcendence and Radiance for Tien and Neon. And then we need the Earth Anima, the Yggdrasil Arbos Anima, to unlock just Origin classes in general. At which point we can unlock the whole of Fighter Origin. That's kind of it. It's only 15 more Hexa fragments. For Alash Draconic, for Earth Draconic. And it's just Sede Despados. And like 6,000 million sand for various things. Correct. Correcto. Acuvenius. Yes. It'll be not simply a farm, but a campaign. Campaign against Seraphon. Ooh. Yeah, that's on me. I really wasn't paying any attention there whatsoever. I'm not worried about farming Seraphon. Seraphon's pretty popular. And the 4 million clears on him are really pretty quick. I don't think it'll be too bad. And there's something like an auto while doing something else, even. It's really not that big of a deal. It's not like I have to micromanage anything to... Like, it's literally just set on auto. Say good. Yeah, Seraphon is drastically reduced bullshit compared to most of the other Revens, thankfully. Oh. I just let my body explode again. I think I might have switched off my brain. It's alright, that'll be fine. So everyone's immortal sometimes. Hey, Bibliosmere. How are you? Hey, Arito. What's up? Oh, we're not actually doing damage here, are we? It's going okay. Yeah, not too bad, thanks. Who needs half our team? Poor Astariola still doesn't have, like, he doesn't have his last skill. He doesn't have any mastery. He doesn't have anything. Poor kid. Oh, we lost one. Whoops. I never made it. Oh, we got a fucking big book from the failed one. That can't be right. No, that isn't a big one, is it? That's a small one. Yeah, it's a small book. I was like, wait, hold on a second. This can't be. We need 6 more books. Finish this act of mastery farming. I wonder if my multi-chat has decided to connect with Kick again yet. How you feeling about it? Just not interested in it. Tough life. Hello, Chewie. Even restarted the stream. Doesn't want to pick it up. Not interested. Genshin's doing another collab with a fast food restaurant. They do a bunch of random shit. It's been 10 long years. I rested mine eyes upon the Bellicult. What kind of kinda are we talking about? Like, are we talking like Quantum kinda, where he's kind of quit every one of his games, but not really? Yeah, true. It'd be a better choice if you'd actually quit for real. And launch it, well, sure, that makes sense. Just uninstall it. You need to take a break. A very, very long break in some cases. I can quit gaches very easily. I don't think that's something to necessarily be proud of, but I can quit gaches very easily. It wouldn't take much convincing. One too many summer lilies and Anila.
Bellicott doesn't have to fear drones. He's a clanker himself. Where's this guy's special attack? What's happened to it? The only sunk cost I have in gachas is time, and the only thing at risk is more time. So, like... Dot, 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 dot. This guy just never did his purple thing. What happened? I don't know. If you think spending money on... If you think spending money on gacha is an investment, you're a fucking moron. I don't know what else to say, man. Like, you're absolutely beyond delusional. You need to take a step back and really look at what the fuck you're doing. If you view spending money on gacha as an entertainment service, then that is probably fine. Like, I kind of don't understand how people get into that mindset. Because how can it be an investment? Like, what are you investing in? And the only thing that I can think of is, like, people who do that are in such a sorry state that they have nothing else going on in their lives, that all they have going for them is their gacha account. And that's so sad. These people really need some help. For anyone who is not in that exact situation, and you think that you're getting an investment, like that you're investing in gachas, God help you. You gotta have mercy on your soul. But yeah, like, kind of. Because investing in CSGO crates is like essentially playing a market, which is very close to gambling. In a lot of ways, I think it's better for someone to be into gachas than it is to be into gambling, because, like, gachas are not gambling, thank God. They share some similar things, similar traits, but, like, they're not actually gambling. So there isn't, for most people, there isn't that same element of being like, oh, but, you know, if I play again, I might win big. It's not as profound and, like, potentially life-changing in people's minds as, you know, when you're like pulling characters. For most people. Most people. Yeah, absolutely, Ari. So you can have, like, you can have just time as sunk cost, right? I've spent so much time on this. But that's ridiculous because, like, the only thing at threat is more of your time. So, like... if you're not spending on the gacha, the only thing you're threatened by is, like, losing more of your time, and you already lost a bunch. That shouldn't really be a reason to lose more. But things don't make sense like that always. Common sense is difficult. Considers it a threat. Play games to enjoy it in the first place. Yeah, a lot of people don't play gacha to enjoy them. That's the problem, Bellicott.
A lot of people are looking for purpose in gacha, and a lot of people are looking for a way to show their superiority in gacha. These are two very real types of gacha player. I think this is the last clip. In fact, I think we were already done on the last one. Whoops. It's a stable coin. Yeah, it's stable. No matter, it is a stable currency. Like gacha is a stable currency because when you invest in gacha, you are always getting zero return, zero financial return. It doesn't fluctuate. There's no need to predict the market. It's a very safe investment as long as you don't mind getting any returns. You're not even buying the product. You're buying entertainment. Even that line of thinking is dangerous, that you're buying a product, because you don't own anything that you buy. You're not buying anything. You're buying entertainment. It's like going to the movies and saying that you own the cinema roll because you watched it. You can always get a return on investment for selling your account. No, you can't. A, it's super hard to sell your account. B, your account will be worth a fraction of what it was worth. There is a window at the start of a gacha, depending on how successful the gacha is, where you can potentially make money selling your account immediately, like straight away, and right off the rip. You need no hesitation. It needs to be right up there, and you still have to keep in mind that when you're selling your account that way, it's difficult to find a buyer, and it's also against the terms of service. So it's all very shady, and there are chargebacks and blah, 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 blah. So, like, no, not really. No, they're not, Twitchery. That's just not true, Twitchery. That's just not even slightly true. Yep, indeed, Arito. It means that they are well within their rights to, you know, revoke your ability to access the game and whatnot, but no, they can't legally prosecute you. Well, I guess they could try. You can kind of legally prosecute anyone. You could try to. Probably won't be successful and probably not worth their time. Yeah, pull for collection, not meta. You can be guaranteed that even in a PvP gacha, the account will, unless you are like free to play or whatever, the account will be worth a fraction of what was spent on the game. A fraction. Yeah, indeed, it's a civil lawsuit. So, not worth their time and probably not very easy to prosecute. Hey, look at this! Look at that moneymaker, the last clear! I was like, that clear was pointless. That was a pointless clear. Other than the fact that there was an eternity sand waiting for me at the other end of it. Yeah, indeed, Dark Chaos. It was the same in Langrisser. I saw the same in Arc Knight when we looked through accounts for that. It's very similar in the Hoyo games from what I have been told. If you're lucky, you'll get a quarter back of what you've spent on the account. If your account was free to play, then obviously you can make a profit. But trying to find a buyer, it's going to be difficult because you're probably going to be missing, a lot of the stuff that makes accounts worth buying. When people are looking at buying accounts, especially in games with long progression systems, they are looking for like maxed out, full duped characters, full duped weapons, etc., etc., etc. Very relevant current characters that are already maxed out that probably have already been utterly wailed on. You see collab accounts selling like hotcakes. Ah, sure. That's an example, right? If you have a free-to-play... If you have bought free-to-play collab characters... if you've got free-to-play accounts that have collab characters on, then you could probably make it... You could probably turn a small profit on them. Yeah, I agree. Your Limbus account would be worth fuck all, Bellico. I mean, you'll make money on it. You're free-to-play, aren't you? But yeah, it won't be worth that much. A few $100 probably. Which, I mean, it's not nothing. Again, part of the problem is finding both a place to sell it and also finding someone to buy it. Because ultimately it's a market where there needs to be demand for there to be supply. Right, folks, I gotta go. I got Pathfinder tonight. It was a pleasure. I will be back tomorrow. We have EQ Legends raids tomorrow, and then we have relic grinding on Granblue Fantasy, and Earth M3 thingy event runs in the bonus chest event runs in the evening tomorrow. Where's the emote? It's gone. I don't even know which emote that is. Sorry guys. Yeah, thank you. Thanks the bot. Thanks Ariel. Thanks Breadstick. Thanks Shakari. Thanks Nick. Thanks Cyril. Thanks Balcolt. Thanks everyone. Thank you everyone. Thanks Stockhouse. Thanks everyone. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Good luck. Have a great night. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Toy Street. Thank you, Capisaur. You do the thing. I'll post the thingy. It's all good, yeah, man. I hope it isn't too expensive. I wouldn't want to fleece you with your money for like no real reason. It can go next to It can go next to Lana. I can put it next to Lana on top of the second fan.